What's up, guys? Let's see here. So what I'm doing is I'm monitoring the connection right now because even though it was looking good while I was testing it, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to actually look good while I'm using it. So just double checking. And while I'm doing that, checking some other stuff too. There was a setting that I lost somewhere, and I'm actually kind of weirded out by it because I can't seem to find it again. Where the hell is it? So weird. Also, OBS has changed a bunch of stuff, of course. What did they do with it? Yeah, it'll be a few more moments, Jim. Just looking for something. Also, I've got my tea brewing because you know how I am with my tea, and unfortunately, I mistimed it. So, waiting for that to finish brewing before we actually start the video. So, how's everybody doing today? How's everybody's Valentine's Day? Who else is feeling the black heart today? Jim, I absolutely love when they move stuff around. There it is. Oh, you jerks! I wonder if this is gonna. I wonder what's gonna happen if I apply it now. Double check something. Oh, those are from earlier when I was testing. Okay, I was trying to figure out like why do I have these other random recordings in here? That's why. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you mentioning that. Happy birthday to the grandson. Did you help him destroy some cake? That's one of my favorite things about birthdays is cake. Cake is one of the greatest things humans ever invented. I'm weird though. Like actually, when I make cake for myself, I like to eat it without icing. Is that strange? Anybody else do that? I like to just like make the cake itself and eat just the cake. And I'll actually like store it and it'll be breakfast for like 4 or 5 days. I'll take like a piece of cake. So I just make it in like the square pan and I just cut it up in little rectangles. Yeah, mac and cheese only streaming on YouTube now. I realized that basically nobody was watching on Twitch, and also it was putting a ton of extra load on my computer to simul stream or simulcast, whichever term you want to use. So yeah, I turned it to only YouTube. Um, it'll be interesting. I haven't decided because I'm thinking about streaming games again, which is actually how I started out way back in the day. And I haven't decided whether when I do that, if I'm going to try to simulcast to Twitch again or mainly do Twitch or mainly do YouTube. I don't really know. It seems like YouTube has become a big enough platform for game streaming now, even though it doesn't have all the stuff that Twitch has. So it's actually kind of a harder decision than it used to be as to where to stream gaming. Let's double check something. Right, so the recordings do seem to be working, at least the normal ones. Hopefully this will not tank anything. If you guys see any weird, as you know, if you see any bizarre things happening with the stream, let me know because that's pretty much the only way I find out that anything's going wrong. Oh, Subnautica is a lot of fun. Probably wouldn't be entertaining to watch me stream Subnautica because I already know the whole story from it. So uh, I usually try to just like with reactions, I try to stick with stuff that's going to be fresh for me, so you can see me get surprised by things. I was thinking that when I go back to streaming, probably the first thing I'll stream for gaming anyway will probably be Last of Us. Just because even though I watched the first season of the show, obviously I haven't played the games, and I know that while it is apparently a pretty faithful adaptation, that there will be different things in it, you know. So I'm kind of curious to see. Plus, also gameplay is just inherently different. So the way you experience a scene, even in a very cinematically driven game, is going to be different than the way you experience a show. Um, Also, the Fallout series, because again, it ties into something that I've reacted to for show. But with Fallout, I've only played Fallout 3 and its related DLCs. So I played, the Pit and uh, was it Project Anchorage? I think was the other one. But I haven't played the other games, and I've been curious about playing the whole Fallout series for a long time. I know a lot from the lore of the different things, so I'm really just interested in basically just going and starting with the original Fallout One, which would be like the first, I think, isometric game that I've played in probably a good like 20, 30 years. It's been a long time since I played a top-down uh, game like that, like dungeon crawler. Oh, there's my tea. Be right back. You can get a nice view of my shirt on the way out. Uh, be right back. Okay. Yeah, Fallout 1 is really old school. That's when did it come out? Like 1990 something, I think. Not quite not quite as far back as my earliest games, but it's definitely getting pretty far back. So tea's ready. Just double checking stream health and recording health and everything else. So I took advantage of the time not streaming to at least get some extra tools installed. So hopefully it'll help me monitor the stream a little better, streams a little better. And yeah, everything's looking healthy. uh, yeah, XCOM looks really interesting. I gotta admit. I don't know if I've ever played that kind of game before, but the lore I saw for it looks really intriguing. I don't know how much of it gets incorporated directly into the gameplay, but I love explorations of how humanity will handle first contact slash invasions and things like that. Oh, reminds me of another game series that I actually have to play, and I will definitely stream this too if I play well when I get to it because it's definitely on my list. I will definitely play it, but I have not played the Half Life games. And so that will be, I think, another thing to be fun to stream. I had started Borderlands way back in the day, and I found the streaming video that I made for when I started it, but the audio was horrendous. So, and I haven't figured out how to like fix it yet. So I don't know if that's ever going to come to channel. I'll If I get back to Borderlands, it'll probably just be a complete restart. What I like to do with games like that is to act out the different, to act out the voice over stuff or the voice lines because they don't include voiceover work for the main character and stuff. So I was having a lot of fun just giving voices to everybody in that game who wasn't Claptrap, basically. Um, but yeah, I think I only got about like 4 or 5 sections, chapters. I forget how to say it for those. There's a whole bunch of games that I really wished that I hadn't played before having a channel because they would have been a lot of fun for streams. Like like Uncharted would probably been a lot of fun to stream. And what was that game? I really loved this game series back in the day. Resistance. Any of you guys ever played Resistance: Fall of Man? I love that game series. I actually really hope that they either do a continuation or a reboot because that's actually one that would make a really good adaptation too. Because the story in that was really interesting, but left enough details without explanation that you could build an entire series around it. So it'd be really cool. Yeah, Jim, I love doing voices. I used to act on stage when I was young and everything. Nothing big. I never became a big stage actor anywhere. But I've always enjoyed that kind of stuff. And so yeah, you give me a game that does not have voice work, I'm gonna start doing character name. That's another thing I should do again because one of the things I streamed back in the day too was Star Trek Online, except I role played a character, and I'm gonna just say who it is. It was kind of political, though not as depressing as it is now. But what I role played way back in the day in Star Trek Online was if Trump were a Starfleet captain. So I was like out there doing all of the missions. It's essentially a Starfleet Ferengi, basically, which is how I kind of imagined him. Hi, Adrenaline. Love that name. So yeah, we're about to get started. I've got my tea. I've rambled a bit about video game streaming and orange people. So the stream does look stable. I'm trying out some new things. Hopefully none of them will screw anything up. And yeah. So let's go ahead and get an intro going here. Mac and cheese. So what we'll be doing for seeing stuff is there will be behind me, there will be an unblurred preview. It will be zoomed in so that it's not like, blatantly violating copyright, and there will be no audio. Its only purpose is to help you sync up. So you're going to need your own Apple Plus to watch along with us, to watch properly. So yeah, while I'm rambling, that's probably a good thing to do is to get yourself queued up. Episode 1. Yeah, Jim, I'm gonna agree with you there. So it was based on what we knew of him at the time. I think I was streaming that in like 2016, so I already knew he was an unscrupulous businessman, but I didn't know he was like even basically like even the Ferengi would kick him out. You're absolutely right. Like he does not follow the rules of acquisition properly at all. He would be getting a visit from Liquidator Braun, or Brunt, I should say, for sure. The Nagus would be smacking him. I can see all the people now. He's political. Leave. Ah. I always tell people though, everything is political. Yeah, I always got to remember that. I know it's hard to believe, but literally everything is political. Anywho, before I ramble some more, let's go ahead and get into that sweet, sweet intro, huh? Greetings, tasty morsels. It's Reverse BLT here. Welcome back to my channel. tonight or today, whatever time it is where you are, we are watching Severance, starting Severance, episode 1, which has a hilarious title, Good News About Hell. I don't really know anything about this show except that it's about an office, presumably, or an office workers. And it's sci-fi. That's it. So I saw the cast when it first was announced and was like, oh, that's a cool cast. I know a lot of these people. I like these actors. This looks like something I will watch, but it's probably not something I'll watch for the channel because, as you can tell, my channel is basically heavily rooted in science fiction, fantasy, superhero stuff, all that kind of thing. You know, nerd culture. So I was like, yeah, no one's going to want to watch me react to essentially, you know, a played straight version of The Office or Billions or something like that. You know, just a corporate drama. And that's why it's set, you know, in my personal queue for a long time. Then people started going, hey, Reverse BLT, you should react to Severance. I'm like, why do you guys want me to react to Severance? It's an office show. You know, you see what my channel's about. And then someone finally said, but dude, it's sci-fi. I was like, what the hell do you mean it's sci-fi? Fortunately, they did not spoil why it's sci-fi, but my brain did start going to some interesting places on that immediately. But I was like, if it's sci-fi, then it's going in the list. It's like the actual proper channel list. And then as time went on, more and more and more of you kept saying, dude, you got to watch Severance. You got to watch Severance. So yeah, it just kept flying up the list because people kept talking about it. And yeah, I realized that season 2 was coming out. I was seeing more and more little thumbnails off to the side. And I was like, you know what? If I don't watch this damn thing, some huge things are probably going to be spoiled for me because I've developed a little bit of an ability to notice immediately when I see a thumbnail corner and kind of look away so that I don't get blatantly spoiled because people put spoilers in their thumbnails, which irritates the hell out of me. But yeah, it moved to the top of the queue and people who saw that were like, oh my God, you know, so I think I made a good choice. But yeah, I've kept myself from learning anything, at least as much as possible. I have no idea what the plot is. I'm trying to keep myself from speculating too much based on knowing that it is sci-fi. But you know, obviously, guys, I've been watching things for a long time. I know certain tropes that will inevitably be part of corporate-based science fiction. So there are a few things I could probably guess already. I'm going to throw out my craziest theory now, which is that somehow, in some way, everything involved in this show is a simulation. that's what I'm going to throw out. And that these people are all in some sort of weird digital purgatory, whether or not it's because they're enslaved to do work forever or being in an office environment is their punishment for something they did or whatever. I don't know. But even this title of this first episode makes me think that, you know, good news about hell. So, plus it's called Severance, which automatically makes me think about death if you're not thinking in a corporate frame of mind. But yeah, so that's going to be my only real speculation at the moment. I assume that I've rambled long enough for those of you who are watching along with us to get your Apple Plus queued up. So yeah, I'm going to start explain it again. Behind me, as you can see, there will be a video preview. That is there to help you sync. Unfortunately, because of the way copyright works and everything, I cannot just show the episode. But I can, so far at least, get away with, you know, showing a sort of like a video preview without sound to help you at least stay synced up. There will also be a timer, and I will show you that now. And I forgot to reset it from the last live stream I did. Starts with a 30-second countdown. Pretty straightforward. You hit play when it hits 0. I see a question from Mac and Cheese. Is this live going to be turned into a YouTube video? I will edit this for YouTube. Whether or not, or I should say when it comes to YouTube will depend on basically whether it feels like it will do well on YouTube. You guys are probably used to this by now with reactors. The way that the algorithm works is it basically, if we put something up and let it stay up that does not get good views, it tanks our entire channel. Basically, like YouTube will sort of go, oh, no one likes this person, and they just won't show them anything. So I'll be paying attention to how it does with this, for one thing, and then making a decision as to whether it will come to YouTube. It will get edited, though. It's just a question of when I'll be able to edit it and everything. Edited videos will live on Patreon regardless of whether they come to YouTube. So that's one of those things. But we'll see. I from the responses I've been getting for this, I strongly expect to be releasing this as a YouTube series as well. But let's hope. But yeah. What was I thinking? I was thinking something. Sometimes answering questions derails my train of thought, which is very easy to derail, as I'm sure you guys have already figured out. But yeah, so let's go ahead and get into... I forgot to hit the thingy. Oh well. Guess I'll do it now. Like I said, I'm testing out some new things as well. So yeah, guys, remember, press play when it hits the 0. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer now. And hopefully nothing weird happens. So far, though, the stream is looking nice and stable. And just as I said that, I saw a little dip, but it hasn't gone into red, so it should still be looking good for you guys. Speaking of which, sound off if anybody's seeing anything strange. That includes any, like, weird hitching. Apple always has, like, a weird delay. Commercials. I'm ignoring all commercials because sometimes they end up being for things that I'm going to end up, like, reacting to later. And then the next thing you know, I'm, like, sitting there, like, knowing stuff I shouldn't know. I'm going to mute it, too, actually, so that I don't hear anything. Prime target. I wonder if Amazon's pissed off that they didn't get the rights to a show called Prime Target. All right, starts out really quiet. What do you want? Babylon 5 has conditioned me. Every time I hear "Who are you?" I automatically go, "What do you want?" What is happening? Okay, so she's all groggy and everything. Was she drugged? She's walking around like either someone who's been seriously doped up or someone who's literally never used their legs before. And the aesthetic is interesting here too. Because it's like it's it's modern, like the movement modern, like 50s and 60s. but very sleek and well maintained. Like too sleek and well maintained. Oh, I can already, yeah, I can already tell I'm gonna love this. I'm gonna love this fucking show. What do I get at the end? It depends on your answers. Oh my, what is happening? This feels like a death trap. Who are you? Why do you, how do you guys not know who she is? Oh, she doesn't know who she is. Perfect question. That's literally what I was about to say. What is this? What is going on here? I feel almost like if someone made an adaptation of Portal, this feels like what it would be like. What do you mean a perfect score? What the hell is this place? Is someone laughing or crying? Crying, okay. Isn't it weird how similar laughter and crying are? Like if you can't see the person, it's often very difficult to tell which one you're hearing. Feels like someone who like hates his life and is trying to psych himself into like going into his dead end job. I know that from personal experience. Lumon. All right, so that's a play on light. It's like someone took the word lumos and made it techie. All right, so the cars look like they're all like 90s type cars, I think. But all the interior decoration was very 50s slash 60s mod looking. That's interesting. Mr. Scout? That is not a normal name. What's go what's going on here? Oh man, someone's having a field day with the cinematography though. That's a beautiful shot. Mis- Mr. Egan, I'm assuming. Oh, oh my God. So you guys, you guys who have been with the channel for a long time, sound off in chat. What is it that gets me into a show the fastest and with the biggest grip? What is it? So, oh, so Friday is the release day for the show's new episodes too, eh, Mac and Cheese? That's interesting. I didn't realize that. I wonder if I'll manage to get to season two's finale when it actually airs. Probably not, because I'm what, I'm about 5 or 6 episodes behind already, right? And Jim, you are absolutely correct. You win no prize. But yes, it's a mystery. You give me a good mystery to sink my teeth into, and I am there. Actually through at 9. Oh, Thursday at 9. Okay, gotcha. The fuck just happened? Was that him centering himself, or does something happen to him physically as he goes down the elevator? Oh, there are so many questions. My brain is like doing this right now. He doesn't remember that being in his pocket. He doesn't remember the fact that he was sitting outside crying a minute ago. What the hell is going on here? The interior design is different from outside for a reason. They don't know who they are once they come to work, or they don't know who they are outside once they come to work. Wasn't there a movie? It was like with Ben Affleck or something from way back in the day that had a slightly similar premise, right? Was it a Paycheck? Yeah, I think it was called Paycheck, where it's like he was a consultant or something who would have his mind, his memory of what he did for people wiped. Um, at the end of like each assignment. Oh, this is even more unnerving than a closed cubicle farm or one that's got wall to wall cubicles. Mark S. Hmm. Good point, Douglas. Yeah, there aren't really any visual cues to help you navigate. I've actually worked in offices like that though. Yeah, it takes you like a week to know where you're supposed to go every day. I didn't even know was that Joe Turturro, right? I didn't know he was in this too. Oh, that sounds pretty good, actually. A waffle party. Better than a pizza. No, actually, wait. Is it better than a pizza party? What is their job? Macro data refinement. They're just grabbing clusters of numbers and moving them to an animated box. So what are they actually doing? And yeah, Dean, I know. I know. No amount of working out's gonna fix that, unfortunately. Great actor, and I'm sure he's a great guy. But yeah, I'm not super excited to know I look like him. Yeah, when he was in Fallout, I actually was surprised no one commented on it then. Jim, my first thought on the work they were doing was that it had something to do with almost like kind of AI kind of stuff, like they were refining an algorithm, but I'm not sure how. But that's the only thing I can think of. Those weird clusters of numbers, they gotta. It's like code. Huh. Oh, I know her too. I know her. She said it's slow. That's the kind of thing someone says when they're about to fire you, usually. But I'm guessing he's getting a promotion. That's not how you say that. I've been on both sides of this conversation. That's not how you say that. That was like a cult. What is happening? What is this place? Wow, she really did not want to give him a handshake. That's hilarious. Really depending on dialectics. Is the board a group of people or a single person, or is it even an actual person? Refiner. Input survey. One A. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but if I were to try to imagine what it would be like in a computer, this is what, like, if you were to use people and offices and everything to represent different elements of PC architecture, this is what I would imagine. This feels like I'm seeing a computer operate, except that the programs are people. It's like Tron almost, except without a grid. That's what this feels like. Even the terms they're using, like their boss being called refiner. The room they're in has a lot of circuit, like looks like the modules on a circuit, like a die, a computer chip. There we go. Oh, it's fascinating how they started acting almost like it was a horror movie when she started trying to get in the room with them. Well, this is fascinating. I gotta admit, this is very fascinating. Fellow sci-fi fan, I see. I like how they just like made fun of that trope, because that trope's been used in quite a few shows and movies. Mac and Cheese. This will be Friday's streaming show for the foreseeable future. Well, not the foreseeable future, but you know what I mean. For a minute. Stream. I usually go live between 6:30 and 7. Um, you'll see them pop up on the channel though under the live section, so you'll know like week to week when they'll be. But yeah, it should be somewhere between 6:30 and 7. This is Friday's show though. But yeah, when I go live, the streams will stay up for about 48-ish hours, sometimes a little more, but minimum of 48 hours, so that I can see how they're doing. But lives, if you're primarily not a live channel, you can't leave your lives up for very long. They will completely screw things up with the algorithm. It's one of the hardest things about being a YouTuber is getting used to the role the algorithm plays and everything. Where do I know her from? I know her too. I know like everybody in this, even if I don't know them by name. That explains why he has a band-aid on his forehead in one of the promotional shots I saw. It's a very good question. Wait a minute. Well, that's weird. The person who interviewed him is the person whose job he just job he just took. See, that's was that two or three times that she's asked? What happens now? Did they kill her? Are they about to kill this poor woman? I mean, if they can mess with people's memories and stuff, there's no reason to kill her, but this feels incredibly ominous. No, you just asked to leave. Wait, but she said she wanted to leave, so she's not a replacement for anybody. They're gonna kill her. They're gonna kill this woman. You're realizing it, aren't you? If you walk through that door, you're that's the end of you. What? Oh, this is fascinating. So what's really happening? And why wasn't he allowed to watch? What is this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. Helly, her Helly, really? Okay, I'm gonna be paying a lot of attention to names. Definitely. You don't have to knock on a door that's already open. It's interesting that she described herself as his employer rather than his supervisor. Is she in charge of this company? Like, is this her company? It said she was a refiner, which implies she's a supervisor. A supervisor is not your employer. There doesn't exist. The same. Oh, wow. Her mom was very wise. Well, they don't even put you in a break room to watch the video. What? She can recognize herself though. That's interesting. Also, so I was right about what his about the separation. Is it how how do they do it? I mean, I suppose you could use really intense psychological conditioning to do that to somebody, but you can't do that in 2 hours. So there's some sort of technological thing they're doing, but obviously well beyond our current capability. So when does this take place is another question I'm going to have to put into the box. Oh, that's bizarre. That that's definitely a form of hell. Absolutely. Because yeah, from her perspective, the version of her that's here, work never ever stops. It's just oh, Torturo has a crush. What did I say his name was? Ian? And so there's a field or something. Yeah, that's what that noise is. There's some sort of like electromagnetic thing going on that changes them as they go up the elevator or and down the elevator. And they lock away everything that is related to their outside life. Huh. I'm guessing he's noticed that the badge was different than the one that he took out when he got there earlier. Whoa. Is this our inciting incident? I guess technically this whole episode has been one long inciting incident. Nah, the rest of it was world building. Oh, that's interesting. They even give him like a fake explanation for what happened to his head. I'm a Pips Vip. What the? Could have sworn I turned my phone off. Sorry about that, guys. Whoa. Oh, it just occurred. He doesn't. He literally doesn't even know like who she is out here. Oh, this is fascinating. This is fucking fascinating. Yeah, water my ass. This definitely has like Black Ops government project vibes. If you guys have ever seen any of the weird black box and secret facilities, they have like kind of like a look to them. You know what I mean? They always either look too big for the work they supposedly do, or they're like they are out of place in the environment that they're in. Like there's one in Arlington, Virginia, that uh it's like surrounded by like these sort of like standard brick kind of buildings with windows and nice facades, and then there's just this weird block with no windows. It's like massive building that's just there. And it's like, yeah, spy stuff goes on in there. Okay. I was just wondering whether she was a sister. Oh, who died? So does she? She's talking kind of like she knows about the procedure. Like, where's he going to? There's our captive. Oh, there's so much to chew on. It it's also deliciousness, which is why we eat it. Oh yeah, I mean, they didn't think of it as World War One at the time. They just thought of it as this as just the Great War. And then there's that. Sorry, I'm in a literary society, so hearing the lady go, "Oh, I love literature," just made me laugh. Oh, we're getting exposition. We're getting world building. Oh, so this is a thing that's generally known. Interesting. What year is it? No, there is. No, there's definitely another one. You are two separate people, essentially. That's not simple. Yeah. No, they're essentially trapped. They only exist at work. The other version. I love how you have the two ladies who recognize how how uncomfortable and and prying this conversation is. Except for the ones you just expressed. Nobody I know had better invite me to a fucking dinner that has no actual food involved. You will read about me on the news. That happens. Oh, that ego is prego. Okay, so not parents, spouse, or some sort of significant other, I think. Oh, so we got a sunshine of the spotless mind kind of situation happening. You're, how does how does a house smell like pregnancy? No. Oh my god. Oh my god. The kinds of things that people think about when they're fucking wealthy. You, why are you rubbing his feet, my dude? I don't think I have any friends who are this fucking pretentious. Jesus. And I do have some who are pretty pretentious. I've been called pretentious too, but holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's sleeping in a fucking kitty bed. Oh my goodness. Right now I'm questioning what year it is again because that's a pretty bog standard like Brita filter. Oh, what's going on? What? Visitors! That knot in that wall looks like a perfect place for a camera. Oh, it's Ian, right? From work. Oh no, it's not Ian. Is this PD? Is he not really there? What is happening? I feel like I'm going to say that a whole bunch of times watching the show. Like, what is happening? I couldn't live in a house like this with window walls. I mean, I like the idea of window walls, but I don't like being have an entire wall people can see through. No, it's actually not a window wall, but you know. Yeah, it's such a stupid thing to worry about. Uh, fun. They need to get gutter guards. This is like a company town. I wonder if like everybody who works here has had severance and they just don't know. I mean, not everybody who works here. I mean, everybody who lives here. Selvig. Oh my gosh, you want to come hang out with you? All right, this is Petey, right? He remembers. Implant. Okay. All right. So we're getting answers as to how this works. Oh shit. Yeah, that probably actually could. You could probably do that. So the temporal lobe is where memories are stored, right? If you knew precisely where, if you could isolate them, you could basically build like almost like a mechanical wall between sections of the temporal lobe. Oh my god, somebody's probably actually working on doing something like this. What kind of work are you guys doing? Which it will. Yeah. I also have levels of friend. I understand that. It took it friend. That's a very important word for me. I was never a kind of person who, probably because of, almost certainly being on the spectrum and everything, but I never really had lots of friends and lots of acquaintances. Very few people I considered actual friends. Weirdly enough, though, I learned as I got older that a lot of people considered me their friend, which is interesting. Yes. weird how everything looks like the 80s, but like on the outside. At least the cars and everything, but like I want to know. Give me the true. Half Loop Road. Hey, that's the name of the next episode. Half Loop. So I guess we know he goes there. Give me the true. Is this his boss? Oh my god, it's Mrs. Selvig, his supervisor. Her outside self's mother was a Catholic and her work self's mother was an atheist. Oh, that's fascinating. This whole community is made up of people who've been severed. And I bet you most of them don't know. She knows. She knows. That's a look of someone who knows. Oh, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna dig the hell out of this show. Oh my goodness, I wish I had watched this when it first started. Like, holy shit, this is interesting. So Mrs. Selvig is the refiner at work. Now, I could be misreading her facial emoting there, but I'm pretty sure that she that her outside self is aware. She knows who he is. She knows that they work together. And I think her two sides are integrated just like Petey. So they're using some sort of biomechanical implant. And yeah, when he was once he mentioned it was an implant, I could actually start seeing ways that you could make something like that work. Again, it's beyond where we are by a decent amount, like a good probably 20, 50 years beyond current technology. But we know where memories are stored, and so it's not going to be too much longer before we have the ability to start fucking with that. I mean, we're already working on it. They've already proven they can manipulate memories chemically and with certain like applications of magnetic fields and things like that. So yeah, it's not going to be too much longer before somebody could actually probably do this. Um, Kobelvik. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, Dean, I noticed that she said you're good people. Yeah, because yeah, work self said that the thing that makes the place work is the people or not work. It's interesting how work self can't stand work uh Mark, but if we are to believe that she doesn't have full integration, outside Selvig likes outside Mark, or at the very least acts like she does. It's probably more of the latter. This is fascinating. So it, I guess I'm going to shelve the simulation idea for now because the answer we've gotten is plausible enough without this being a simulation. Um, and it seems like the real mystery is going to be what are they doing in this place? Like, what is this place set up to do? I clocked right away the work they were doing on the computers did not make sense to me. You know what I mean? We talked about that earlier. It there it has the feel of busy work, but it's too structured. So and obviously is what they want them to do. So clearly it's important, but it feels like some like assembling data for an algorithm. That's what it feels like, you know, like so each of them is grabbing bits of information that on its own seems meaningless, but together probably forms, you know, a picture. But for what? And like I said, also this place reminds me of the types of facilities you see that are designed for secret purposes, like you know, like that building I was talking about, the block, the big block. That's an NSA building, and it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you know, I know because I know people who know what it's for. You know what I mean? But like, it's one of those things where like when I first saw it, I immediately clocked it as, you know, this is some sort of government facility for secret purposes. Didn't know which agency until later, but you know, it was clear that that's what it was for. And this place they work at that has a suspiciously eye-like water symbol for it feels like the same kind of a place. It feels like a government facility for working on top secret black projects. And it could be a corporate thing because there are corporations who, if they're big enough, operate in a very similar way and also have facilities that are basically like black boxes and everything. So could be either or both even. But yeah, I'm very interested to find out, you know, the big mystery of it all. What is going on in this place? Who are they doing this work for, and what is the nature of the work? On a more personal level, and this is a real testament to the writing, acting, and directing of this episode, is that each of these characters, even though we basically know nothing about any of them really, we obviously know the most about Mark at this point, but they're all interesting, even though they're all blank slates essentially, you know? And that's fascinating. So I'm very much interested in learning more about who these people are, learning more about who they are at work, and then seeing the difference when they're not at work. Um, and also seeing how the two sides collide, because I'm going to assume that more and more as the show goes on, the two sides are going to collide with each other. And I'm curious to see Mark pull on the threads of this conspiracy that apparently is going on. Oh, and I just realized as usual, I forgot to stop the timer. And who he will be able to rope in to help him investigate it. Even the framing is interesting. I'm going to assume that. Oh, what was her name? Helly. Such a funny name. I'm gonna assume that's got to be a nickname, right? For like maybe Helen or Helena or something. Helly, that's not a real name. Nobody's actually named Helly, right? I'm gonna have to look that up. But I'm assuming she will be one of the people who will work with him because her introduction, I think, you know, the way it was set up was kind of designed to echo probably what it was like for him. I mean, he even pretty much told us, but also it puts her in a position where she is possibly the most likely to be interested in finding out the truth just because she's the newest. Um, it'll be fun to see where Totoro's character goes here. Just because, I mean, he's such a great actor, so I'm just really curious to see where he's going. This is only, I think, the second thing I've ever seen the guy who playing Dylan in, other than Fallout. I did like him in Fallout. I'm curious to see his range. But yeah, this looks like it's going to be a very fascinating show. I am super excited to find out what's going on in this place. Anyway, let me know in the comments what you guys think of this show so far. If obviously, you know, if you watched it from the beginning or whatever, you know, or even now, just, you know, share your speculations, share where you were speculating about at the time, but don't spoil anything. use your spoiler warnings and 5 or 6 lines of empty space as always to keep people from knowing anything beyond this point. Because especially with a series that is a proper mystery, this is a proper mystery, not just a show with mystery elements. This is a proper mystery. The worst thing you can do is spoil the surprises that are coming. So please don't do that. But you guys are my group. You usually are extremely good about that. Usually, when you guys end up dropping spoilers, just because you get super excited. So just remember, if you get excited about something and you just can't wait to tell somebody about, stop for a moment before you press the button to post it and think about whether or not you're ruining something. I appreciate it. But anyway, thanks so much for watching this episode with me, guys. Look forward to talking about it with you in the comments. As always, do your best to stay safe and be well, and I will see you for the next one. Bye-bye. And obviously, it's not really bye-bye. It's continuing with the stream. Let's see, I don't think I need more tea. I don't think I need to go to the bathroom, but I probably will still go to the bathroom though, just to be on the safe side. But yeah, see what I may have missed in the chat. I don't think I missed really anything. Da, 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 da. It's just episode Jim saying you've seen it all. You can't tell me with any kind of certainty, but you got a ton of theories. Oh yeah, because I guess it is still current, right? Like it's because season 2 is not the end of the show, right? So let me know while I'm taking a little potty break and chat if you know what Apple has decided so far for number of seasons. Like, have they renewed it for more seasons yet? And if so, like, have they given an indication for like an end date or anything? Because I'm just kind of curious. Thing with like a show that's anchored around a mystery is, so a team that is disciplined will only go as long as they need to tell the full story of unraveling the mystery. But with a mystery, it's very easy, especially if it's successful and doing well for the network. It's really easy to start trying to stretch out the reveals beyond the point that the mystery can sustain it. So I don't really know how far I would say this show feels like it should go yet, because I haven't seen enough of the big picture yet. But definitely feels like a 4 season minimum show right now. But have to see. Only because there's 10 episodes per season, or roughly 10-ish episodes. If they had more, like if it was like an old school season of television, like back in the day, 20-ish episodes, I'd probably say 2 seasons. But yeah, this with roughly 10 episodes a season, 4 feels right. Be right back. Alrighty. 4 seasons like Silo. That's good. That's good to hear that that they have it planned out ahead of time. I think you guys remember. I think I was talking about this in Silo about how a mystery show has to have its mystery planned out. Like especially if time travel is involved. But yeah, just mysteries. Period. You have to know exactly where you're going ahead of time. Otherwise, everything the wheels are going to fly off the car at some point, and you're usually going to end up either crashing and burning before you get to your finale, or you're going to have a finale that just doesn't feel satisfying to most people, or both. But yeah, it's good that they have their in state in mind. In state, considering that this show does have a lot of comp sci feeling vibes to it. I think in state might be appropriate. But yeah, see. All right. Yeah. At some point, I need to like get my mom on here again to talk about. So I got her into Lost, and oh man, I want to talk about a show that I wish I had my reaction channel for back in the day. Um, because she and I both could have done a reaction combo for that one. Yeah, we both had some pretty good reactions to things happening in that show. But I got her into that, and she loved it. Of course, it takes me forever to get my mom into anything. But I always tell her like if I'm trying to get you to watch it, it's because it's good. But it's just really hard to get her to watch something new. Um, well, it's hard to get her to take a recommendation on it. If she finds it on her own, it's different. It's like you know, classic. Pretty sure most of my family's on the spectrum. It's like classic spectrum behavior, actually. Um, where it's like you demand avoidance. But anywho, when we got to the finale of Lost, it was really funny because we had opposite reactions to that finale. Like I liked it, and she hated it. And the funny thing is, so my mom is super religious, and I'm an atheist, right? So if you looked online, most of the reaction to the end of Lost fell down to you liked it if you were religious, and you didn't like it if you were an atheist because it had very much kind of like metaphysical kind of religious vibes in the end. So it was kind of weird. We had like the opposite reactions. But yeah, I will say that the ending to Lost is not the ending I would have written, but I did like it. Whereas the ending to Game of Thrones, ugh. I always say like at some point because I didn't have my channel yet when it started, but the hype was so big around the last couple of seasons that I did actually record reactions to season 7 and 8, and I never released them because it literally is just me getting more and more angry as time went on. So I would say like at some point I might release them just for all the people who think that like that I'm way too forgiving for shows or whatever. No, when something actually starts becoming a terrible story, I do call it out for being a terrible story. And yeah, I got apoplectic by the ending of Law, not Lost, of Game of Thrones. But hey, not everything's going to be a winner. But that's a perfect example, Jim. You're absolutely right of how a show can get derailed by not knowing where it's going. Though I don't think that was really what hurt Game of Thrones. I think the problem was that the two main showrunners just weren't in it anymore. You know what I mean? Like their hearts and minds were not in that show anymore. They were thinking about other stuff they wanted to do, and they weren't bringing their A game. I don't think it was the absence of material that caused that show to end as badly as it did. I think they just didn't care anymore. Um, but anywho, this show seems like it's being made by people who care. uh, maybe the throne was the friends we made along the way. you know, does anybody have a better story than Throny the Throner? God, I hated that line so much. Who has a better story? Ah, Yeah, Jim, a large part of the problem was definitely rushing through things. Like, for instance, how where Danny ends up, right? I think we all can agree that there's a pretty decent chance that the books are going to have her end up in a similar place, but I think it will be way more logical the way it happens in the books. And also, I don't think that George R. R. Martin will forget one of the most important things about insanity, which is that a person does not become a fundamentally different person just because they go insane. When they go insane, their view of what is real and everything, and their interactions with people and all that stuff gets warped because they can't, psychotics, they can't process reality properly anymore. But their fundamental morals and everything don't change. And what we saw on the show was a completely different person fundamentally, not just an insane Daenerys. We saw that was not Daenerys. That was someone completely different. And there were several other characters like Jamie, for instance, who just had their entire freaking arcs basically thrown out. Like all of their character work was basically undone. And there are ways you can write a character to end up in a place that they had already evolved away from that's plausible. But like you said, it takes a lot of time and you have to show us a lot in order for you to justify a character backsliding as severely as Jamie Lannister did. But we're not here to talk about Game of Thrones because I could talk about that forever. Let's go ahead and get into episode 2 of Severance. So let me get that queued up. It really is a shame that we can't, show the episodes and everything like in a more easy to consume way, but copyright being what it is. Anywho. Oh, I need to program one for intros, don't I? Oh well, that'll have to do. Love doesn't make sense, follows no logic. It does follow some logic, I would say, Jim. It's just what it does is it allows it overrides reason, but I would say it follows logic, if that makes sense. Like it makes it so that you ignore a lot of things you really shouldn't ignore. But yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing this thing is working because I definitely should put in another one for that. And have to go through these though. All right, intro time. Greetings, tasty morsels. Reverse BLT here. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we are watching episode 2 of the first season of Severance. This episode is called Half Loop. And I gotta say, I super enjoyed that first episode. I love a good mystery. And that episode served up a whole bunch of what the hell's happenings for me. And served up also just enough answers for me to feel like, yeah, that these people behind this show, they know exactly what is happening. This isn't going to be a rug pull. This isn't J.J. Abrams' mystery box with nothing in it. You know what I mean? Like this is an actual proper mystery, and I can't wait to see where it's going. We got introduced to, weirdly enough, a small cast of characters that's effectively twice as large as it initially seems, because every person has like their work self and their non-work self. So we effectively have at least 8 characters we're following. And of course, several more who I'm expecting us not to necessarily follow, but to check in on every now and then. Like the big reveal at the end of the episode, Mark, the main character we're following, his supervisor at work, who is also his next door neighbor, who keeps screwing up trash day / recycling day. Oh, I'm gonna have to. This is one of those ones where, like, I keep resisting the urge to start doing like actual analysis videos because I know that I'll go down a rabbit hole forever and it'll take me forever to edit those and all that stuff. And I'm just not sure that I'll be able to keep up with it. But I just thought about the fact that they made a big deal out of showing him throwing away his paper cup at a recycling thing at work in the previous episode, and then we got the whole drama with his work boss, next door neighbor, mixing up recycling and trash day. There's so many little things you could dissect with that first episode. Very good writing, I have to say. Excellent series so far, and I'm only one episode in. uh, in the previous episode, though, he got contacted. The biggest thing to happen, he got contacted by his work buddy, Petey, who we found out in the episode had left the company. But he retains his memories from inside and outside. Or just occurred to me, I don't know if he actually retains his memories from both. It could just be that work PD essentially escaped and there is no outside PD anymore. Because they are effectively two completely different people once they undergo this procedure. I'm not even sure reintegration is possible. I mean, that's something to put on the shelf for later. That's a question for later. But either way, PD, who he knew from work, contacted him to let him know, hey, we knew each other down there. We were friends down there. There's big, important, crazy shit going on. I'm afraid I'm not going to make it. Here's the beginning of a trail of breadcrumbs for you to follow to find out the true truth. And then he left. And the thing he gave him for starting that trail of breadcrumbs was an address on Half Loop Avenue, I think it was, or Lane or whatever street. And this episode's called Half Loop. So guess where we're going. Anywho, I'm not going to talk too much longer, except just to say again, I am digging the hell out of this show so far. So let's go ahead and get right into it. For those of you guys following along here, no teleparty like I usually use, but live video preview, zoomed in a little bit to help prevent the copyright demons from getting us. But because of said copyright demons, there will be no audio. Remember, this is a watch along format live stream. So you need to queue yourself up to episode 2 on Apple Plus so that you can watch along with me. I will also pop up a timer as shown. And the timer starts with a 30-second countdown. When it hits 0, you hit play. I'm going to check the comments for a second to give you a moment to get queued up properly. Huh. Yeah, Douglas, so I always imagined the ending of I'm going on a tangent real quick, but I saw this in the comments. We talked about Game of Thrones a little bit. I imagine him ending Danny's arc with the prophecy. I think that there's a double prophecy going on, and I don't really have time to break it down here, obviously, but like I think that Jon Snow and Danny are both double prophecy people for the same prophecy, but like kind of mixed together. And so I think that Danny will do the Azora High stuff. Jon will do the Prince Who Was Promised stuff, and Danny dies at the end. That's what where I'm expecting it to go. But I do worry about George R. R. Martin even getting that far because he's already kind of indicating that he doesn't think that he will actually be able to finish it. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe do what everybody does and bring in Brandon Sanderson to finish it for you, right? A guy writes like a billion books a year. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this countdown started. I wish I could write as prolifically as Brandon Sanderson. I don't know how he does it. The man's not human, I think. That's going to be the big secret we're all going to find out when Sanderson well, I was gonna say when he kicks the bucket, but not kicks the bucket. We're gonna find out in like 20 years that he's been a robot this whole time. He's gonna reveal himself as our Brandon Sanderson. Interesting. We're starting with Helly's orientation video. This is another thing I'm digging about the show so far is how we get an event and then we travel back to see the flip side of that event in time. Where do I know this actress? Beautiful woman. Not that it matters, obviously, for her acting ability, which is pretty decent so far. But I know her, the voice especially. Comedies, right? Like she's mostly been in comedies, I think. Ugh. Why do people do that? It does not actually help you with anything. All it's going to do is give you fucking salmonella. We're going to see the procedure? I am really curious about this procedure. Okay, yeah. Well, he did say it was an implant, right? So, an actual. But they do it on premises? And they don't even shave the person's head? Brain surgery without shaving someone's head is. Yeah, here comes the drill. I would expect them to isolate the head better so that. Oh, wow. To prevent movement. So it's their own proprietary technology as well. That's interesting. It doesn't look like it's going into the temporal lobe. You know what it reminds me of? It almost looks like they're from that view. It looks like what they do for people who have epilepsy, where they sever the sides of the hemispheres of the brain from each other. Except obviously with something that small that you can't do that. But you know that's what the view looks like. Like they're just putting it straight between the hemispheres. So you're trying to remember my brain structures. Oh wow! So this is what was going on every time she left. Oh my god! What an amazing fucking show! Yeah, because it's two different people basically. Who is she? Like, so she's very important to this whatever they're doing here. Fascinating. Oh, do we have an actual credit sequence now? Okay, this is actually really fascinating. A puppet on strings. I love when a show has like a really interesting opening sequence that plays with the themes of the show and sort of subtly hints at stuff that you don't know yet. Christopher Walken's in this. Oh my god, you guys! I can't wait to see Christopher Walken in this. He's gonna come in. He's gonna tell you all about the Severance. Oh, that's an interesting little hint. Mark, I'm here to tell you about the true. Yeah, Locke, that was a lot of fun. Uh, so I really can't stand the sound that fluorescent lights make. This would honestly be my hell. Acknowledge Kier Egan portrait. Kier Egan. Kier Egan. Kier Egan. Cregan Keegan Keegan. Kier. Kier Egan. That name that there's a lot of weird stuff going on with names in this. Wow, they have you do all this? I was gonna say I'm really stupid, but I love these dumb little mechanical vacuums. Yeah, but you were touching it. Now your fingerprints are all over it. All right, where's PD in the photo? That's gonna trigger something. This is so fucking fascinating. Oh crap! I just had a hiccup. Just had a streaming hiccup. Everything looks fine though. Yeah, that would drive me insane. The feeling of never ever actually leaving work. Yeah, you almost ran her over when she was leaving work. These rewards suck except for the waffle party. right? So it's a parser program. Oh, that's cool. You can raise and lower his divider. Inter-office tension. Yeah, but how do you know? Yeah, how do you categorize it if it's encoded already? An emotional response. You will intuitively know what the array is that you're supposed to choose. Something is wrong. I mean, obviously something's wrong, but you know. Yeah, work you no longer exists unless there's work. Yeah, Irving's definitely Work Irving definitely has a crush on Work Helly. Audi. I thought he was talking about the car. No, that's not a thing you can do. That's not possible. There is no technology we could ever create, at least in this with. millennium that could erase information someone has on a note as they're up going up an elevator without killing them. Ah, these are such good actors. You can see they've worked on their body language too. They know exactly how their characters should be moving around and everything, what they should be doing. Uh, yeah, it didn't get closure or dead. Yeah, she's definitely going to be an ally. Work Helly anyway. I have a feeling though that Audi Helly is 100% committed to whatever mission is happening here. I think she might even know what the mission is here, which they don't seem to know. I think he knows, and I think she knows. Hmm. Never trust an employer who tells you how grateful you should be for your job. That's some manipulative shit. That fruit looks fantastic. I'm really hungry right now. I just realized. Though it does still look fantastic though. Oh, that's interesting. What have you been up to in the outside world? Is that oil or is that dirt? That's interesting. Yeah, you can't always be nice like that. That's a very interesting statement. Workmark is afraid of him. Gonna be gratitude. Wow. Yeah, he's very manipulative. But it makes sense though. This whole place is very manipulative. It's interesting. It's interesting how Helly keeps trying to quit. It does sound made up. It does not make sense to me how you could do that. code detectors to erase stuff written on paper. Now I could see some sort of weird incineration device being in the elevator, but that would incinerate everything, including her. What are they? What are they gonna do to her? Who's this dude? So security of some kind. Okay. So it's just the text that they try to take something out and then someone intervenes. Okay. That makes a whole lot more sense. That's not data. All right. Well, I guess it's survivable, whatever is about to happen then, because he is our main character. You know, another thing I have to give this show credit for already, even in the first episode, they do a really good job of building like genuine tension, like the fundamental element of suspense, like that worry, that dread of what's about to happen, off of nothing really when you think about it. It's not like we're not seeing anything to be afraid of, and it's like that's why we're afraid. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna love this show. Break room, ominous. What are we breaking? I love how like the walls are all close in and everything. Oh, I would hate this place so much. There's like so many triggers for me in this place. What next? Is he gonna emerge into an underwater room? Oh, her again. Oh, is he trying to date? Not feeling it, huh? Yeah. Back when I waited tables, that would be a table I would know not to go to for a while because that date's not going well. Took me a while to learn stuff like that. You had to pay really, really, really close attention and have to learn to read body language, which is difficult. Okay, so Severance is widely known. And it's interesting. I noticed that she said like half this town. Apparently, I think I'm right. This whole town's is severed, and people don't even know. Probably there are those who know than those who don't. I bet. He is such a good actor. So, yeah, company town. What what do children's brain have to do with it? This is really clever. This is actually a really good representation of like of people on two sides of a hot button issue arguing with each other, and also presenting the fact that both sides have points that they make that are good points, but that they haven't necessarily thought all the way through. So, their logical conclusions. Oh, I like that scene actually, and him externalizing his own real existing guilt over the decision he made. Does she? Okay, I need to know how much she remembers about work. Like maybe some of it's subconscious. Like she knows that she ruined his day at work, so she feels this need to come and like be nice to him. Or is she fully aware? And what is your deal, lady? What did she make? I forget what she said those were. I don't think he likes them. Oh, come on, tell the truth. It's interesting. So her mother was Catholic and her late husband was a carpenter. I keep almost remembering who that is. Super famous actress. I keep wanting to say Phoebe Cates, but it's not Phoebe Cates, right? I know I could just look at the cast list, but no. Yeah, Douglas, I agree that that exchange between him and the activist was very good for character and world building. And it's interesting. She essentially came and did and kind of did supervisory work, even here in the real in the yeah, in his outside world. because now he's going to go and fix the bulb. It's just, I feel like I've been given a puzzle, like a giant 3D jigsaw puzzle to work on. Ah, okay. So former partner's name was Gemma. Sounded like I Love Lucy. There we go. Thank you, Patricia Arquette. That's who it is. I knew I recognized her. It's like at first I couldn't place it, but then like I in that scene where she was giving him the cakes or whatever, I was like, wait, I definitely know who this is. But yeah, I couldn't remember the name. Man, Patricia Arquette. It's been a while since I've seen her in anything. Her and her brother, who's also an actor, right? Who was it? Was it David Arquette? Hmm. Your innie will be sad to have missed the day. The way he talks is very interesting too. Milchek. I wonder if Milchek is severed or if Milchek has is unified. I would assume that he's severed though. What is the break room? I need what is in there? I got a feeling that PD's departure also started with feeling ill, or it's a common first symptom of the person heading in a direction that they don't want them heading in. Half loop. The interesting name for the street. They're all essentially half people. The ones inside are in a loop, kind of. I thought they were zooming in on, was it Ian? What's the matter, Ian? Dozing off again. I wonder what happens when someone dozes off who's been severed. Because dreams are weird. They they activate pretty much the entire brain simultaneously. By the way, you're always using 100% of your brain, just so you know. The whole thing about using like a portion of your brain is a lie. What? So he's having a waking dream. I'm guessing related to the feeling of fear from the numbers. Irving, not Ian. Why do I keep calling him Ian? Yeah, mac and cheese. We're on episode two, about 36 minutes in. Oh, I had to go in a place like this all the time back when I worked for the power company. They had a meter that was all the way in the back of one of these, and it was completely like this. The whole place had fallen completely to disarray. Matter of fact, I'm kind of curious as to whether they filmed it in the in the same place. I gotta look up where they filmed this now. But yeah, these places are creepy, like old greenhouses and stuff that have just been left to fall apart. I'd have to pick my way through it, watching out for various like mice and snakes ugh. And then I had to be super careful because you had a freestanding uh, electric meter pedestal that was being rained on all the time. So I had to watch out to make sure I didn't get too close to one that could kill me. What's really about to happen to you, buddy? What happens in the wellness room? Let not your weakness live in your veins. Tame thy tempers. What the hell? That's the kind of stuff people. That's old timey woos type stuff. Yeah, I do not understand what they're doing here. I love how Dylan has come up with like a way to give himself purpose to keep going down here. I'm sorry, that was hilarious. You can't coexist with deadly eels. You wouldn't need this level of programming to do that. Not to cut out swear words. Wait, I thought you knew the true. So you have compartmentalization of information processing. This is you. What are you working on? What's going on with your implant, bud? Is it because of memories combining back together? Break room or the wellness room? Break room. Yeah, what happens in the break room? I need to know. They torture you? How did you get that out of there, though? There's no technology to detect stuff that they take on the elevator. They just see it all on cameras and catch them on the way out. And they make it seem like they have technology to do that. He was clever enough to manage to keep them from seeing that. Is something supposed to happen in this room, or do you literally just sit here? Very intriguing psychology going on in this place. There's a lot of like weird religious stuff. Christopher Walken, the Perpetuity wing. It's calming. So he's visual communications guy. Oh, hello. The show has to stop giving me all this eye candy. We've got a ginger. We got a pretty I forget where she's from. I know the actress though. She played Sky's mom, I think, on oh sorry. That would be a spoiler. Never mind. Yeah, all these pretty ladies. Very severe look. Interesting. It's like the innies. They already got me using the terminology of the show, but it's like their innies worship their outside selves. It's make wow. Whoa. This place is so severe. Yeah, I feel sad. Oh, of course, there's a camera there. Knaves. Likes the sound of radar. You 10 points off. My goodness gracious. This this must have started with an author asking himself or herself, what would hell actually be like if it were real? Bert's not a fuck. Uh-oh, I think she found the I have a feeling that it's the reason it takes a while is because part of the what the chip it does or the thing the implant does is it is what lets them see the numbers they're supposed to choose. It has to integrate fully. Bad data. You can see the perimeter. What the actual fuck is going on here? This is some eldritch shit. It's I literally feel like almost like this program this code they're working on was designed by a freaking outer god or something. Something transcendental is happening. Something beyond the ken of mortal men. Oh, nice robe. What are you about to do, Mark? Camping. Oh, okay. Well, at some point he, or maybe it was Gemma, was very organized. Dude, are you about to? Yep. Bleeding from the nose. It's never a good sign. I would think that implant would have some sort of failsafe in it that could kill them if they tried to escape. Right, Jim? That's always the mark of a good of a good mind fuck mystery anyways. You're constantly going, what is happening? Oh shit. He's, he's experiencing memory bifurcation in real time. So he's seeing himself. He's actually, well, it's even worse. Out of body experiences. No, I think Petey's pretty damn far from okay, my dude. Oh man, haven't heard this song in a long time. Daisy. Anyway, gonna have to definitely talk about that one. Yeah, as Jim said in chat, what the fuck is going on here? I'm gonna be saying that a lot. It's 100% true. Piecing together what is going on is definitely going to be very interesting in this show because obviously there's the ongoing mystery of what they're even doing here, but like the way everything is set up has its own mysteries. Like for one thing, you have to ask yourself how much of any of the things that they're going through are even real. You know what I mean? Like for instance, the founder of this place, this Egan guy, is that even a real person? Is that just a figurehead for them all to think they work for? Just like someone to focus their adoration onto or to feel like there's someone in charge? Uh, how does the whole thing with the code work? Like I definitely think that the implant has to in some way inform them of what they're supposed to be looking for because there's the idea of scary numbers also though. Like I really am beginning to think that there's an explanation behind some of the stuff that goes beyond what would be considered strictly scientific. Because especially incorporating a lot of the religious imagery and stuff that we've been getting so far, the little subtle hints at religion. There's a concept that people have in a lot of different cultures of like sacred numbers, right? And this notion that you can kind of either predict certain things based on numbers and the patterns that they occur in, or control certain things in reality if you understand numbers well enough. Oh, which reminds me of a movie that if you guys haven't seen it, this it just really made me realize how much this feels like kind of like almost even sort of like a spiritual successor to it. Go watch Pi if you have not seen it. It's a fantastic movie about that concept that like that there's almost sort of like a source code to reality, and that if you understand numbers and everything well enough that you can kind of like hack reality. And it sort of almost feels like maybe that's what they're being employed to do, is to figure out how to manipulate the universe. And now I'm thinking I might have to even pull back some of my crackpot stuff that I had already put on the shelf, because if that is kind of what's going on here, then the idea that this could all be happening within a simulated world also still makes sense, because that's something we would do. Like I think anything that any species that was intelligent and discovered that it could possibly be living within some sort of simulation would start trying to work out ways to confirm that hypothesis and also to make use of the knowledge of that hypothesis. So like if you know that everything around you simulated, can you manipulate it to your benefit? I mean, you can't leave the simulation, right? At least if you're part of it. So may as well figure out how to make it better for yourself or worse for other people. And also another thing that I'm fond of pointing out to my friends who are religious If the universe was created by something, regardless of what the nature of that thing is, the universe is a simulation. Period. But yeah, let's see what some of the stuff's go. Oh yeah, I do remember Altered States, Jim. I have not seen that since I want to say about 8 or 9. Um, that's something I probably should watch again as an adult. There's a lot of movies that I saw when I was very young. There were major mindfuck movies. It might be one of the reasons why I do enjoy mindfuck stories so much. But I probably should watch them again as an adult just to see what kid me was missing. You know what I mean? Because there's always going to be elements. I don't care how precocious a kid you are. There are going to be things you're not going to get if you watch stories or read stories like that really young. You know, you need to revisit them at several points in your lifetime. Let's see. Douglas says it's like the tech. The more you see it, the less the less you can be sure you understand it. Yeah, you know, until you because with tech you have to understand a bunch of different things. You have to know what it's meant to do. I think fundamentally, before you can understand anything about a technology, you have to know what it's meant to do. Then you have to start learning about how it's meant to achieve whatever it's meant to do. Then you start getting a picture of what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like the bigger picture becomes clear. And right now, yeah, I don't really know either. Like I don't know fundamentally what exactly it's meant to achieve, and I obviously don't know how it's meant to achieve what it's meant to achieve. But it's fascinating to think about. There's a lot of things they're pulling from, and I love it. They're pulling from religion, they're pulling from art, they're pulling from computer science, they're pulling from psychology, and in a lot of ways, there are cases to be made for the idea that all of those things kind of work on certain similar underlying principles, and I think that's kind of so far, anyways, where it seems to be where the show is going. Like, it's like science fiction, esoteric mythology. Loving it, loving it. The acting continues to be amazing. I love to see Christopher Walken, and of course, with a big name like him, as I was pretty sure we would see more of him. And I'm glad to see that he is in the next. He's in the thumbnail for the next episode, which we are watching tonight. But yeah, see, I'm becoming more and more suspicious of his work supervisor and her role in the outside world. It was not lost on me that she essentially fulfilled a supervisory function when she came over and mentioned the light bulb that he still hadn't changed. And then he goes and changes the light bulb. You know, it's like she's still supervising his work outside of work. And also noticing him like bringing Petey to his house. And it's work subsidized housing. They live in a company town. So it's reasonable to assume, as we've seen several indicators of, that this company, and I'm going to start doing air quotes when I say company, because I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not even sure this is a government. It's reasonable to assume that they are surveilling everything, like everything they're capable of surveilling. And if they subsidize those houses, I'm sure they have surveillance in and around every square foot. So they know he's got PD. They have to. The question is, so I'm going to have to start really paying attention to try to figure out who in the workplace is not actually severed. Because I would think for control purposes, at least a few people there have to be people who are integrated. So, they know what's going on the outside and the inside so that they can monitor everything. And we have to find out who the board is, if it's an actual group or a person or something else, like maybe AI or something. And see more of the departments. And I noticed the name of the next episode is In Perpetuity, and Christopher Walken's character mentioned how they had that painting that he considered calming, which I 100% disagree with him on. How they're going to crap! I just realized I forgot to do something. Anyway, how they're going to show us more of that because he mentioned that for a reason. So I guess we're going to see Perpetuity, that department. What is Perpetuity? Obviously, the meaning is something that goes on forever. So it's going to be interesting to see that. But yeah, a lot of stuff to think about. Um, I'm gonna have to think about it later. Like if I sit here trying to actually go through all my thoughts in real time, we'll be here literally forever. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Feel free to speculate. Speculation, though, remember, is not the same thing as just spoiling what happens later. So if you want to talk about spoilers, I do allow that. Just make sure you use spoiler warning and 5 or 6 lines empty space. That way you can talk to other people who already know. Make sure you say, when you say spoiler warning, like, past what episode or whatever, so that other people who want to participate in the conversation can know if it's safe for them as well. I won't be reading any of the spoiler comments for a while. But yeah, definitely looking forward to having this conversation with you guys. Also, go to Discord too. I don't know if I made a channel for this show yet in the Discord, but I will. So you can talk there too. Same rules apply for spoilers though, okay? But yeah, thanks a lot for watching the episode with me. I really appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you guys about it later. And as always, do your best to stay safe and be well. I will see you for the next one. Bye-bye. And it's not really bye-bye for those of you who are in the stream. Let me go ahead and hit the thing there. Let's see. So Jim says, all your theories, you kind of hit on my main thought and the whole thing in a meta sense. Not going to tell you which one, but you're firing a lot of shots. You got hit some. Yeah. It's I'm definitely like a blunderbuss when it comes at the beginning of a mystery, especially because it's like we're at that point in the mystery where I don't have enough information to really be able to cogently speculate. So like I'm just like noticing random little things and pulling them together. Eventually, though, I'll actually start having like a real actual theory on things. I'll probably still be wrong though. Hey, what's up there, Shane? It's all right to show up late as long as you showed up, right? I mean, I was late. I didn't I didn't start this thing on time as usual, and that was after being delayed a bit too. Very good show though. I'm really enjoying it so far. Let me go ahead and get episode 3 queued up. Tell you what, if I had the money, I'd probably order a pizza or something, and we just like freaking shotgun this entire season because I'm really into it so far. But no, we're not really going to do that. We're not going to do that anyway, even if I did have money for a pizza, because I have a schedule for a reason. So we're going to try to stick to that schedule as much as possible. Let me go ahead and get queued up for intro. Hold on for a second. I really should actually go ahead and All right. Greetings, tasty morsels. It's Reverse BLT here. Welcome back to my channel. Today we are watching episode 3 of the first season of Severance. This episode is called In Perpetuity. So forever. That is an incredibly ominous title. I think that might be the most ominous title we've had so far for this show. Really digging the mystery here so far. Trying to piece together like what exactly these people are doing for this company and how much and how far the control of everything extends. What the numbers mean. The numbers are bad. Where's Hugo when we need him? He can come in here and tell us, right? The numbers are bad. You know what? I bet if I go through this later, when I go through this later in editing, I bet you somewhere there is a lost numbers Easter egg, probably in the sections when they're working on the code. Somewhere in there, there's 4, 8, what is it? 4, 8, 15, 16, 23. 41, is that those numbers? I can't remember anymore. It's been a while. But anywho, yeah, loving the show. What else can I really say? We met Petey. I thought we were going to get more of the true than we did from him. all we really got was shady shit's going on. I'm the only one who can remember my work self. I recorded this thing of what happens to you in the break room, and I've been mapping out the floor plan of the office. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being like a giant circuit when he's done mapping out the whole thing, though, because I'm thinking I don't know. I don't even know what I'm thinking right now. But anyway, uh, yeah, and work boss I think has is also integrated and is keeping an eye on Mark when he's outside of work, and is just doing a really good job of keeping work self from and outside self separate without actually being separate. That's my theory on her so far. I actually think the people in control don't are not severed, um, so that they can be more effective at controlling the people who are. Could be wrong though. I mean, it all depends. I also think that we're gonna find out that outside Helly knows a lot more than her coworkers know on the inside, and is fully committed to being there for reasons that go well beyond what the others are there for. Like the deference that she was receiving from what was his name, Milkinson or something like that, felt like she was her contribution is expected to be extremely important. Of course, he is also a company cheerleader on the inside, so maybe that's just what he tells everybody. uh, okay, Shane, have fun. Um, so yeah, I'm still curious to see how that's going to work out when Mark starts trying to involve his coworkers in learning more about what's going on the inside. I'm going to stop rambling now. Let's go ahead and get into this episode. Uh, as always, for those of you who are following along right now, make sure you have your own copy because this is a watch along at the moment. And we're going to have live video preview with no audio so that I don't get my channel destroyed by the copyright demons. And but that should allow you to keep synced, especially with the timer. Timer starts with a 30-second countdown. Press play when it hits 0. I literally can't make it any simpler than that without getting copyright strike. So yeah, I am queued to 0. You guys get queued to 0, and let's start the countdown. And I forgot to hit the damn thing again. Jeez. Oh well. I'm gonna have to adjust that. It still should help though. Every time I add something new, I have to there's an adjustment period where I learn to remember to use it. Basically, I got a plug-in to allow myself to keep track of chapters, but it doesn't like do it manually because of how I got everything set up. So I mean, it doesn't do it automatically, so I have to do everything manually. All right, let's find out what perpetuity is. PD is not okay. Liar. It does look like a pretty nice robe. Oh, it's a varsity vocab architecture word. Transom. Oh shit, I just thought about it. He's integrated, so he will recognize Selvig. Oh wow. Memories. P- PD's work self reminds me of who is it? It's an actor who's played a salesman in something, but I can't think of who it is. Also, this guy kind of reminds me of how like I imagined a live screen translation of 90s era Magneto looking. Probably not as tall though. Like comic book Magneto is like 6'4". But again, I don't think any of the actors who've portrayed him has been as tall as he actually is in the comics, so it doesn't really matter. And no, I'm not skipping the intro. Also, guys, remember, don't skip anything when you watch along uh, with me and watch alongs, because that'll throw off the timing. Gotta dig a simple piano theme. Then we bring in the drums and some strings. And is that a is it maracas? And we get a little synthy too. So doing some digital stuff now. There's a lot of oil imagery here. It makes me kind of wonder how how right Dylan might be about this having something to do with the ocean, really cleaning up the ocean. Oh, sound off in chat if you know whether or not this is based on anything. Like, is this like an adaptation of a book series or anything like that, or is this wholly original? I guess we're about to get our answer about whether or not Selvig remembers who her work self when she's outside. It's kind of feeling like she doesn't actually. All must be cut to heal. Oh no, we must be cut to heal. Interesting. Who's they? Thank you for asking the question that should be asked. And Douglas, you're right. The most important thing is definitely not getting someone who looks exactly like the character or anything like that. It's definitely about getting the person who fits the character best. Tools 46 and 2. I'm not even sure I know that one. I'll have to look it up later. There's a lot of songs I know only by the music, but not the title or even who played them. Like it was years before I found out that the Rolling Stones played so many songs that I liked. That pizza looks terrible, by the way. Oh, so this perpetuity. How's that work? Oh, he's having a bleed through effect. I have a feeling that line's going to come back to haunt you. We're not at Lumen. Are you sure? Oh, and now we're talking about something I haven't read in like a good 20 years. No, it's been more than 20 years since I read Young. I'm not even sure where my philosophy books are. Oh, this gotta be weird too. I can't imagine like if I were to go to hang out with my best friend or to go and rely, to ask my best friend for something and he doesn't actually remember me because we're not friends except for 8 hours a day. So it's interesting that her non-work self is seemingly obsessed with him, assuming that she isn't integrated. Okay, yeah, she's not integrated. She's not. But it's very fascinating that her outer work self is still supervising him, basically. Oh wow. Okay, so the world building's fascinating here. So literally everyone knows about Severance then. So with it being this widely known, this is going to be the kind of thing that definitely people will start looking to solve problems like the one he tried to solve, except not as a work thing, just basically completely severing themselves from memories they don't like. It really is an eternal sunshine of the spotless mind kind of thing going on. Kind of makes me wonder if it really is a company, if they developed the technology for that purpose and then were approached by some other entity like government or eldritch abomination from beyond reality to use it to crack some massive code of some kind while maintaining perfect secrecy. I wonder if the info smuggling thing prevents them from bringing information into the workplace, assuming they're not lying about that, because I still think they are. And I can't imagine any kind of technology that could actually do that. Crime. It actually makes sense. Emotional states aren't purely on the surface level of thought and memory. So yeah, you would still have persistence of intense emotions even if you couldn't remember why. No, he hated them. This is why you tell people your honest thoughts on things, guys, so they don't keep bringing you shitty cookies that you don't like. Yeah, so she keeps finding reasons to insinuate herself into his life, but I haven't figured out yet whether she's integrated or not. Okay, so they check them on the way in. But that wouldn't detect paper. Like if you have paper that you've written something on, they're doing some great things with sound design. Oh, the new pictures. I am so afraid for her. I keep feeling like the way you get out of this place is feet first. Nobody's using well what looks like an old timey camera anyway, I should say, because they have cameras now that still look like that. But whenever I see one of those, I think of like an old like '80s Kodak. God damn it! I think I'm gonna make waffles when this is over. Are you seriously? What happens? What happens to her? Has been denied. Yeah, because it's the Audi that determines. Yeah, you are committed. Either they're lying, or your Audi is 100% committed to whatever it is you guys are doing here. What is it they're doing here? Because it reminds me of like in The Expanse, you know, where it's like when you're asking yourself like, what are they up to? The I'm not going to say what, who, or what, to in case you guys haven't seen it, but there's a faction that's doing something so fucked up that you know that the stakes must be really high. So what are the stakes here? What are they working on that Helly's Audi is this committed? I need to like start making whole pots of tea so that I can like just have more tea when I need it. This guy is such a tool. What? Jesus. Oh my goodness gracious! What do you see in this guy? Was that a Range Rover? And she's about to go to work. Audi Selvig is a porch pirate. Oh, but so who's gonna see whom? This is gonna give me some info. I assume he's gonna see her. The sound design is so good here. She has a key to his house. Well, it makes sense, right? She's his supervisor. But during the scene where he was just having the back and forth memory thing, they were playing with the audio, so that it was doing this weird like back and forth in the sort of spatial design. Armand, I am enjoying the living fuck out of this show so far. This is so good. Let's see what Douglas said. Also, one thing I always wonder in similar scenarios is how much of our personalities because of our experiences. Most of it 50-50. Innies and outies could be like oil and water. Douglas, I think that the older you get, the more of your personality is your memories and your experiences. Uh, when you are fresh, it's mostly instinct and just basic responses to stimuli. Uh, and that just gets replaced more and more as you get older. I mean, hell, you're not even born aware, right? So it takes about the average person. I think it takes about 2 years to actually become self-aware for that like switch to flip. um, One of the prevailing theories is this because you have to actually sort of accumulate a certain kind of critical mass of thinking ability and knowledge and stuff before you become self-aware. Okay, so yeah, she is integrated then, or maybe not. I don't know. That's gonna be a mystery. I don't know how long they're gonna drag that one out. Like the mystery of whether she's integrated. Dude, you should not be trying to sneak out right now. Okay, okay, she's not integrated. At least that's what I'm assuming right now. She's just outside her is obsessed with him. So ironic because inside her doesn't seem to like him at all. Said a Babylon 5 flashback. There's a voice in my head that's saying, what if we're still inside? Whoa. Oh, poor Petey. I like the design they use for the bathroom. It's pretty cool. So minimalist yet perfectly designed too, because I could actually tell what it meant. Oh, she's trying to write a message to herself. There is no technology that can do this. It's they're monitoring you. That's all. They know. Hmm. Good point, Douglas. I'm actually kind of curious as to what would be worse to have the short term memory problem like he had in Memento, or to have this going on. Or you're gonna go to the break room. Just like in Silo. Oh, I thought he did that so he could have a conversation with her without the audio hearing. You don't know why you're here. What the fuck is the perpetuity wing? So I'm guessing not a place where people get trapped then. Maybe it's about showing them why they're there. Like, wait a minute. It just dawned on me though. She remembers why she had the book, where it came from. She is integrated. Also, she was able to bring that down the elevator. Maybe she just has super special privileges, so I don't know. Still information I don't have. Hmm. Also, I have to comment on that mug. That is a great mug for a place that relies on this separation, the severance procedure. Hmm. I guess this place doesn't have an HR department. No, no, no. That's too cracked pot even for me. Both open and closed. Yeah. I guess that's why he knocks on an open door when he comes in. Are you gonna eat it? Oh, you're gonna try to put it in there. Okay. Oh, she is gonna eat it. I mean, you could end up passing that at work, though, in which case it's not gonna help you. So depending on what your transit time is. So I'm going to share my cracked pot thought so you can all laugh at it. I suddenly found myself wondering if Selvig is his mother. Sounds like he's gone through that. I wonder how many times they shot that. Because that's a perfect moment for an actor to mess with another actor right there. It's mnemonic, first of all. And secondly, how long has this firm been around? Oh, that was peculiar the way they framed that. It's like the departments are afraid of each other. That egg drop challenge didn't go too well for the looks of it. What is this about? Why is there so much conflict between them? Is it all the departments that conflict with each other, or just those two? PR lady. She says, "Is this about Helena?" Okay, so Helly is a nickname then. It makes sense because seriously, no one's named Helly. Okay, does the board speak? Okay, for a second I thought we were actually having a conversation and we just couldn't understand them. Okay, I heard somebody speaking, but only she can hear it. Harmony. Hmm. Interesting. He just comes up with like random stories for everything. That is weird. I've companies. Okay, Helly needs to stop turning me on. Seriously. Are these still going to be a thing? I like snarky gingers. What can I say? Even though I know that ginger came out of a bottle. A remembered man does not decay. Getting real Cleonic Dynasty vibes in here. That looks like a real person standing, doing his best to stand very still, which makes me think he's going to move. Yeah, seriously, there's like a extremely subtle movement there. Like this is a real person trying to stand still. Okay, time. We're messing with timelines here. Not necessarily time itself, but we're definitely messing with timelines. So, oh man, yeah, this show needed to buy my mind dinner first because it is fucking the hell out of it. 1840. That one right there looks like uh Jeff Bridges. Say it's about 90% of who you are. What is so they started as a dentistry outfit? Dylan's funny. The Kia part? Oh, Kier. Okay, but he said Kia. I was like, what? They make Kias too? Strange names and also super propaganda-ish. Lumen Legacy of Joy. I feel like we're in North Korea or the United States soon. Oh my god, it got political. They made a replica of their house in this place. What the actual fuck? What the actual and complete fuck? Didn't, oh wait, this is not a replica. They literally rebuilt their house here. I can smell this room. Yeah, it's been pretty reverent up this. Jesus, dude, get Egan's collective dick out of your mouth. Douglas, I think this is a bit culty even for Vault Tech. Even they'd be like, I don't know, man. Tone it down. Yeah, where'd she go? Ellie, you don't know where you are. I'm not even sure you can find your way back at this point. Every hallway looks the same. Times like this, rats shake their heads at us like humans. They're so slow. They can find their way out of here instantly. You know what really beat us is slime mold. You want to see something creepy? Look up videos of slime mold solving mazes. Uh-oh. So it's a controlled thing. Yeah, they monitor people and they have like patterns they expect. Uh-oh. Here we go. It's the moment when the plan starts to fall apart. Oh, that could be a really serious injury. Sometimes people feel a need to go out on their own terms, man. All right, so I'm assuming we're gonna get to see what actually happens in the break room this time. That dude's got serious Men in Black energy. Kind of people that show up to disappear you to an undisclosed location. The other side of the door. Oh man, what are you about to do? We're about to get all Scientology up in here. Looks like a projector. Are you wearing that to protect yourself from whatever's about to happen, or what? Compunction statement? Wizened hands. Wow, this is very Scientology right now. The machine. What do they do to them if they aren't satisfied? This place is fucked up. That should just be the blurb for the series. It should be on the DVD case. Severance. This place is fucked up. It's been a while since I've seen a show that had such a compelling mystery that I feel like I could literally binge watch the entire season. I think Silo might actually have been the last one where my need to know is intensifying. Hmm. So many really deliberate filmmaking decisions here. There it is. Yeah, because they've been working on it the entire time. Mind, assuming that's the mindfulness thing, but so he was probably pretty confident then that Mark was going to be named department head after him. That he'd be the one who find this. Seriously, it's a circuit board. Or ooh, or a maze, or both. You didn't get rid of it. So I'm guessing Petey's about to die then. Oh, the symbolism. Well, that's fascinating. And they're getting so much mileage out of this very simple theme that they've it, I'd have to look up who composed this, but whoever composed it for this company, for this show. What a strange logo too. Because like I said earlier, in the first episode, Lumon, it's like a play on the word for light, but they've got a drop in their logo, implying water or oil, like we keep seeing oil imagery. But they've got a wall of dental work, it seems. What the hell is this company? And they created a technology that allows people to compartmentalize a separate personality for themselves. Uh-oh. Dramatic irony. No, he's got good instincts. Outside Mark. This is going to be where we end the episode. I'm waiting for someone from the company to show up. Wow. Might want to keep him on his side. He's bleeding from the nose. You don't want him to aspirate that. I mean, I know they said he's not breathing right now, but you know. Hmm. Yeah, I will definitely say outside Mark does have some good instincts. Hmm. The monitor. I like that. It's on monitor. But presumably they didn't have anything monitoring him in it because otherwise they would have known where Petey was. All right, where's Harmony? Oh, his phone is still there. I'm gonna find out who was calling him. That's another thing. We keep seeing like 80s style cars and everything, but I'm pretty sure we saw people with modern smartphones. Oh, that's a good theme. That ending theme is very good. Um, let's see here. Yeah, this show just keeps getting more and more fascinating. When we saw the drawing that Petey had made at work, the two places my mind went immediately were a circuit board and a maze. And I'm honestly thinking so far with this show, it could honestly be both. Um, at least that it's supposed to evoke. Um, some crazy cult stuff going on with this Egan family, which it's funny. Like, so I was like grabbing all over the place for different possible anchors for the mystery here as I try to reason things out. What's going on? I can't get rid of anything because we still have all this computer technology oriented stuff. So that's still on the table. That obviously codes are involved and everything, and uh, weird like anachronistic technologies and all these sorts of things. The technology that separates the brain. But then we have, speaking of the brain, psychology stuff going on. So the maze makes sense. But the cult like nature of the whole everything going on with these Egan people, combined with the numbers and the code again, brings mysticism back into this. Like it could so I can't dismiss anything right now. Everything honestly seems on the table. And I'm trying to figure out like where is this going? Is this purely like just a dystopian sci-fi concept, or is this a mysticism thing? I mean, how 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 much is this Fallout And how much is this Full Metal Alchemist? That's basically what I'm trying to figure out. Oh man, such a good show though. I'm going to be sitting here chewing on these on all this information for a while. We only got to see a little bit of what goes on in the break room. I honestly thought it was going to be worse. I thought, we got the indentations for the hands. I thought there was going to be maybe electric shock, beatings, but no, it's literally just getting someone to repeat something over and over again until they're broken down psychologically, I guess. Um, but everything has a limit, like at some point she would be considered recalcitrant, and she does seem like she will never reform, you know what I mean? But she'll never abandon her desire to leave. What do they do to the person once that happens? You know? I know the idea is supposed to be that yeah, you have this you that's on the outside, and if you really want to quit, then you just leave and live out the rest of your life as the you that's on the outside. But something about this place feels like at least in their minds, the stakes are too high to allow that. So I'm really wondering what's going on. Like for instance, even what we saw with Petey, right? Like if the board truly believes that Severance is irreversible, then why do they give a fuck if he leaves? Why do they need to find him? There's no reason to find him. Just let him go. Let him go off and do his thing. So yeah, something doesn't track about that. I have a feeling that the only way you get to leave this place is in a box, essentially. Um, really need to know more about the Egans now. I think obviously finding out about the family that started all of this will tell us a lot. We need to find out what the real deal is with the numbers, like the work that they're doing in the in the macro data refinement department. Just for funsies, I need to know why the hell they hate optics and was it optics and delivery? Was that what the D was? Because that's just strange that they have so much animosity towards those guys, or at least Dylan does. I guess everyone else sort of just sees them with a little suspicion. And what's fun also is that the show has a lot of kind of throwaway lines, like little quips that people will make that I think are really important. Like in that conversation, if you weren't paying attention, you would totally miss it. And I'm actually honestly surprised I caught it because I'm famous for missing little things like that. But the question was raised: how many departments are there? They don't even know. They have no idea at all about the structure of this company they work for. Like most people who work at a company would have a vague idea, at least, about the operational structure. I mean, hell, most companies that's part of your orientation. Even when you don't give a damn about it, they'll actually give you info about the organizational structure. So it's really kind of weird that they have no idea, you know, what the company's built like. Um, we need to know how much Harmony retains when she's outside, like whether or not her outside self is just an act, or if she genuinely is severed, like Mark and presumably most other people here. I still maintain that it would be most effective for control purposes to have at least a few people in the upper rings who are not severed. I imagine whoever the board is, because it does seem like a single person, and I'm guessing it's the current Egan. Um, but I imagine that they're not severed. It wouldn't make sense for them to be, in my opinion. It's very interesting, though, the separation of access, like the compartmentalization of access and knowledge and everything, like how the board does not speak to anyone directly so far. Like we haven't seen a single time where they've spoken to anyone directly, except presumably the press lady, interestingly enough, who seemed to have a direct link. And you know what? Again, religious imagery. There's so much religious imagery here because what that makes me think of is the concept of the Metatron. I don't know if you guys are familiar with stuff like that, but like an old like uh ancient Hebrew type mythology. Um yeah, the Metatron, who was like the only being who actually could speak directly with Yahweh. and would relay the messages to the lower orders of existence, so to speak. And the press lady, that's what that evokes for me. Like she had the earpiece, and only she gets to speak to God, and everyone else has to take her edicts. Um, this is yeah. I'm definitely digging this show, guys. Definitely digging this show. I need to know more. I'm gonna stop. I'm literally forcing myself to stop here because this is where I'm supposed to stop, and I've got a schedule. But my goodness, I think I could honestly sit here, like and inhale this whole thing in a single setting. I really wish I had listened to people earlier and started watching this. It's such a good show. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think of this series. Uh, Feel free to speculate if you're at the same point that I'm at. If you want to talk about stuff that hasn't happened yet, use a spoiling warning, say what you're spoiling, like what part you're spoiling, I should say, and then 5 or 6 empty lines of space, and then go ahead and get into whatever you want to talk about. That way, people have to choose to be spoiled. But I'm really looking forward to discussing this in the comments and on Discord. I'm going to go and check and see if I've made a server for this or not yet. But I'm going to make one definitely. This is so good. Yeah, I really just can't wait to get into more of this. Anyway, guys, thanks so much for watching this with me. Can't wait to get into more episodes with you later. But for now, do your best to stay safe and be well as always, and I will see you for the next one. Bye-bye. And yeah, that ends the watching, at least. Let me go ahead and see what else we got in the chat. Jim, there's an old Twilight Zone episode that reminds me of this show, but not going to say which episode. No, I'm going to have to start thinking about that. I was pretty much raised on Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, and all that kind of stuff as a kid. So yeah, I mean, it's somewhere in my head there's bound to be that episode. I just don't know which one, obviously. Throwaway lines are really important. Bingo. Sometimes first impressions are the correct ones. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be paying a lot of attention. And that's the thing. I probably didn't miss the throwaway line specifically because this is a mystery. And it made it clear it was a mystery very early on. And that usually gets me more focused so that I'm paying more attention than I might be with some of the more, silly or, just straightforward sci-fi or whatever kind of stuff where I don't always feel like I have to be paying attention to every single line that's spoken, look that's made, and, choices in the way the cinematography is being done and stuff. Because, these types of shows, I kind of know that I need to really, really be paying attention. So I'm trying. But yeah, anyway, I see that you're heading out. So thanks for hanging out, Jim. But yeah, looks like there isn't really much going on in the chat aside from that. So I am going to go ahead and call it a night because it is getting a little late and I need to get some food in me. So guys, thanks a lot for hanging out with me in the live stream. I hope to see you for the next one. Depending on what is going on tomorrow, I might go ahead and throw up because obviously we missed a few live reactions this week because of weird issues that I've been having. And I was thinking of throwing up, which one was it? It was coming up next. I can't even remember. Maybe the next group of Foundation episodes for tomorrow. Because I'm trying to maintain the Thursday schedule so that we can be ready for when Wheel of Time season 3 drops. Because if I try to push back the actual Thursdays, then we won't be ready for it. So yeah, depending on what's going on tomorrow and or Sunday, we may get some impromptu live reaction scheduled for the rest of this weekend. But I make no promises because I'm not sure yet. But anyway, like I was saying, thanks a lot for hanging out with me tonight. And it's always fun. And I look forward to seeing you guys for the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.